Hey guys, nice to see you. Again, whoever can open the camera, it would be great for this lesson. Um, okay, I hope you had a nice week and that you all managed to download the virtual machines and download the softwares and install the virtual machines. I wanted uh, to teach you one really important word that we use in 8200, and whoever can read Hebrew, it's great. If not, I will explain. And it's that it's called litfasten. This is the word, and it's actually what happened to almost all of you when trying to install the virtual machines. It fastantem, like you did. It's the verb of fasten, I think, something like this. It's a word from 8200 that describes when somebody really tries to solve a problem in the computer for a long time, and you can sit hours on something and only then realize what's the answer. And I think at the beginning, it can be very frustrating to not succeed, to do what you want. Like you cannot speak with the computer and ask him, what's the problem? Why doesn't it work? Why doesn't it install the way I want it? Why doesn't it just work as it worked in the video? And this is called to litfasten. But I really think that litfasten is the best thing you can do to learn stuff from the computer. Because you really spend a lot of time digging into the material and digging into your computer and getting to know how things work better and learning how to search online for answers, or how to find forms that maybe help solve issues. So I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, had some issues with installing the virtual machines, but I think it's great. If you had some issues while installing them, it's better than if you didn't have any issues, because when you have issues, you learn much more than when you don't have any issue. So I will start using this word now, and you will get familiar with it, because I think it's really, really important thing to do, and to be able to litfasten on something for a long time without giving up, like to sit on the computer hours until it works. For me, this is really important, and it's important for you to get familiar with your computer better. So this is for start. And I wanted to say that asking in the Ask channel is really great in Slack. I encourage you to do it more. Even before sending me a message, try to ask in the Ask channel, because it helps all of you. It's even if you are helping somebody else, it really helps you as well. So it makes the class more into it, and it uses the knowledge of all of you. So if I told you to ask in the Ask channel, again, it's because I already know that some other people managed to solve these issues, so I want you to share the knowledge between all of you. But still, don't be afraid to ask me personally, but know that sometimes I will tell you to ask. Thank you for all the people that answered in the Ask channel. I appreciate it. So let's get started. And this was the exercise that you had to do. I will go over it, and tell me if there is something specific that you want me to go over that you didn't manage to do. So I will explain it better. But installing the server itself, I sent you a video, but I wanted to show you how to change the specs, if maybe it was an issue for you. So So this is my Windows Server virtual machine. And in order to change the settings, you need to right click and then you need to press settings. But you see that my virtual machine is on. So I will not be able to change the specs while it's on. 1 second, let it close. I need to turn it off before I can change settings. It's like you cannot change your own computer CPU while it's running. Like even your physical computer, you would need to shut it down in order to change some of the settings. So you can change, but you would need to do restart later on. So here the memory and the processors and hard disk. You can change your RAM memory, your number of processors, your disk space, and the network adapter. You can change them. For me, it's configured differently, but this is where you can change it. And the same for Kali Linux. Right click on it and settings. If it's not on, then you can also do edit virtual machine settings. And then you had too much processes. You had the task of copying something in any way between your own computer and the virtual machine, from the host to the Windows guest machine. So tell me which way did you use in order to copy a file? How did you copy a file from the host to the guest machine?
So basically, through VirtualBox, you're able to go to the settings of the VM or like the virtual machine software you're using, and then set up a shared folder in the settings. Would you like me to like go and like see how to do it specifically so I could explain it?
Yeah, you want to show your screen and show how you did it?
Yeah, sure. How do you share screen again?
Sorry?
How do you share screen again?
Click, you have a button like share screen, it's a green button. Near your mute and stop video buttons.
Mute. Uh-huh. I don't think I have that.
And you know,
Oh, share screen. Yeah, my bad.
yeah, okay.
I don't know. It's telling me I have to like open my settings and allow it.
What is it asking you to do?
It's telling me I have to configure my system settings to allow myself to.
Okay,
Yeah,
can't you
it's
just
going to.
press accept or something?
No, I don't know. It's like it's locked right now because my software, like my system, is updating itself. So it's like,
Okay,
but anyway,
okay,
like long story short, you could just like go into the settings
yeah,
and go into the advanced, open up a clipboard, make the folder bi-directional. So that means like it could share both ways to your host computer and to the guest OS system. And then that way I was able to share files in between. You're supposed to go into your VM system and try
yeah.
to put the folder into your desktop. Yeah, I'm trying to explain it the best I can.
Yeah, no, you're doing great. That's good. Yeah, it's one great way to just create a shared folder, and then you can transfer files both ways. You can also set it to be only one way, from the host to the guest or other way. But yeah, to create a host for to create a shared folder, it's one great way to do it. Thanks, Nathan. What other ways did you guys do to copy a file?
I used the drag and drop, which was actually kind of difficult to figure out. I was having issues with because I thought I installed the guest add-ons, but I was still not able to do the drag and drop. And I And I did do the thing where you disable the floppy before you install it. Then I figured out what to do is that I actually uninstalled all the CDs, DVDs, and the floppy. I just deleted them, added a new one again, and for some reason that fixed it. And I was able to install it.
Good. So to install the Windows server or to install the guest editions?
Guest edition, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Sometimes it can be a bit tricky to install it. It's very Mephasten to do
So
it.
anyone who's having trouble with that, just try uninstalling all the DVDs, CDs, and floppies, and then just add a new virtual DVD drive.
Yeah. And what is the last way to copy an important file? We had a shared folder, drag and drop. And anyone did it in another way? No? Okay, so the last way is just to copy and paste the file. If you just copy a file in your computer, you can just paste it in the host machine. Just copy paste. So I'll show you the way to.
You could just copy paste.
I just dragged it.
Yeah, drag and drop is also a nice way to do it. I'll show you. Yeah, when you go to the settings of the virtual machine, you can enable all those ways. 1 second. I think it's here. No, I get confused from VirtualBox and yeah, I think once you maybe in VirtualBox you can enable and disable it. But once you once you install the VMware tool, you go to VM and then for me it's already installed, so install VMware tools. And then once you install it, all those settings should be enabled and you can just drag and drop or create a shared folder or copy paste the data in. So this was the first task, to copy a file. And then you had to create a snapshot of Windows 7 and call it fresh install. So to create a snapshot, you go to VM, snapshot, and take snapshot. And then you can see it will take a few seconds to create a snapshot, and you can see that I have a few snapshots that I already did. It's good practice to do snapshots on your virtual machine before you do something that can break your machine. So you do a snapshot and then you delete the file, and then I can revert the snapshot and the file will be there again. So
yeah, that's like the one part of the homework I couldn't understand. I was able to make a snapshot, but when I deleted it, I wasn't able to like recover it.
So you should not delete the snapshot, you should delete the file. So let's say, for example, I just create here a file. And then I did a snapshot. I created a file, now I will do a new snapshot.
Oh, so you're talking about, yeah, now I understand. All right.
And then it will take a while because you see that it's loading on the left corner. It will take a while to finish, and then I can revert to the snapshot, and afterwards I will delete the file, and then when I will revert to the snapshot, my file will be there again. So snapshot, yeah, what snapshot does is that snapshot the state that we have now in our computer. So
yeah, I was just like a little confused, but yeah, that makes way more sense. What you're
yeah.
like when you put a file in, delete it, and then revert it, and it's still there. Yeah. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. So this was the task, yeah. And the second thing you had to do is to clone the virtual machine. So to clone a machine, you go to VM manage in VMware, you go to VM manage and then press clone, and then it will open up a wizard. So now it's taking a snapshot, so I cannot do it, but it's opening up a wizard where you choose what to copy, what to clone, how much of it to clone, what's the name of the clone, etc., etc. So this is how you clone a machine. So we talked last class about the advantages of a virtual machine. So the fact that you can clone a machine is really helpful it can save you a lot of time of configuration. If you can just, you can configure one machine and then you can just do a lot of copies of it, a lot of clones, and you can then configure differently each of them. So in the homework, you already saw two really big advantages of virtual machine. One is snapshotting and one is cloning.
What's the difference between the two?
Who can explain to Sarah? What's the difference between snapshot and clone?
Snapshot, it's in one device, and cloning, you're making a whole new server.
Yeah, so it's right that a clone also is used by like clone. It clones the current state, but snapshot it's only saving the current state and doesn't copy it to a new system. It doesn't create a new system. It's still the same system, but you have a snapshot of what was the state of the system.
So you can't share a snapshot.
Sorry?
You can't share a snapshot. It's for that particular system that you're using.
You can or you can't?
Cannot.
And clone you can put onto other systems?
I think once you create, it's a good question if you can
show how to create a clone. I wasn't able to do it.
Sorry?
You show how to create a clone.
So I will first finish showing the snapshot. It's finished creating the snapshot.
So like you can see the one we downloaded for Kali, that was a clone that they pre-configured.
Yeah, exactly. That's a good point. Yeah. The Kali that you downloaded, it's a clone of, they created a Kali virtual machine and cloned it, and then you can, they just exported the virtual machine and you are using a clone of their system. They already went through the installing process that you did in Windows. You saw that in Kali, you didn't have any installing process. It's not that if you install a regular Linux in your computer, you would have also an installation process that you will need to go through. But Kali, they wanted to save you some time, so they already created the virtual machine, and you just had to download this specific machine. So I created a file. You can see now that I have a snapshot, test with file. Now I delete the file. I delete it for the recycle bin as well. And then I go to snapshot and I do revert to snapshot test with file. So I can also choose other snapshot and revert to those snapshots, but I just revert to this snapshot. And then it will load my machine again. It's restoring the virtual machine state. And you can see that I have again this machine. Oops. You can see that I have my file here. So a file is a small example, but I could do a snapshot of many configurations that I did. You will today in the class we will do a lot of configurations in the Windows server, and you will see that we will do snapshots along the way, and you will see that if you go back to the snapshot, everything will get restored to the snapshot that you did. We also need to be careful when we revert into snapshot because it will delete everything that happened after the snapshot. So if I create a file after I did the snapshot, it will delete this file. It will delete everything that I did after I created the snapshot. So snapshot saves the current state, and everything that happens after will get deleted if we will not do another snapshot, while we do a revert to snapshot. So this is the snapshot. And about cloning, I go to manage, clone, and this is the wizard that we have. But yeah, we cannot make a clone when it's powered on, so we need to power it off. And then yeah, I go to manage, clone, next. So it asks me which state do I want to clone. So I can clone the current state, but I can use also one of the snapshots that I did. So like if I already did the clone, I can do the snapshot of the clone that I already did before. So I do next, then I choose if I create a linked clone or not a link. So linked clone will use some of the file system of the original machine, and then it will require less space. But if I will delete the original machine, it will not work. So I choose a linked clone, the name of it, and then it's created. So here's the clone of Windows 7, and I will power it on. It will be the same machine completely as the previous one.
Thank you.
But they don't stay connected. So if I create now they are separated. So if I create something on the original server, then it will not affect the clone. The clone is just a copy. Okay. Any other questions about these exercises?
Could you please open your Kali Linux one? I want to see how it looks.
Yeah, I can open it, no problem.
Thanks.
So yeah, we will learn in next class, after the next class, or maybe we will get to it also next class, about Linux, and then we will use this Kali a lot. One important thing is that you see if I put my mouse inside and I click, I cannot get my cursor out of the screen, and so it's written on the bottom left of my screen. To return to your computer, press Ctrl Alt. So once I press Ctrl Alt, then my mouse is free again and I can use my computer. So it's loading, 1 second. I hope all of you have the Windows server running, because for this class we will need to use it.
I managed to forget my password on my Windows server, so I deleted it and making a new one right now.
Good job. It's stuck. Somehow when I do Zoom, my computer gets really slow. So you saw in the screen, I could choose also to go to some settings of Kali before loading it up. It's something that happens in all Linux systems. You are able to edit some, go to recovery mode and stuff before loading Linux.
Right now, we're supposed to have the Windows
Yeah,
open.
the Windows server, yeah. You can all, in the meantime, while my Linux is loading, you can open up your virtual machine of Windows, because we will use it. Yeah, not so soon, but you can just make sure that you have it.
Thanks.
Wow, why is it so slow for me? I will get on with the presentation, and I will wait for it to load, Marky, and then I will show it.
Thanks.
Any other questions you guys had about the exercise? Okay. So you installed the Linux and Windows, and both of them are operating systems, and we talked briefly about operating systems, but I want to explain more in details what is an operating system. So an operating system, OS, is a software program that serves as the core infrastructure for a computer or other computing device. It manages various hardware and software components, providing a user-friendly interface and enabling the execution of application and the interaction with computer hardware. And this is some of the primary functions and components of operating system. Process management, memory management, file system, device, user interface, security and access control, network management. This is all the things that an operating system does. So the basic of it is that the operating system is between the hardware and the user. So when I want to use my computer, I'm using usually some applications that communicate with the operating system, which then in turn communicate with the hardware itself. So the operating system is the one that does all the talking with the hardware. It's the one that sends the requests to the CPU, that saves data in the storage. So the operating system is this is the one that's in charge of all of those. And yeah, everything we saw in last classes, we saw in task manager, we saw the process management. You can see your memory management, how much RAM you have, file system management, device management. So operating system does. Types of the computer operating systems that we have. So there are many operating systems, but this is the popular one. Apple's iOS is a popular operating system for smartphones. It works on Apple hardware, iPhones, iPads, tablets. This is iOS. It's by Apple, but it's only for smartphones or for tablets. The OS that Mac devices have is a bit different. It's built on the same ideas, but it's a bit different. And we have Microsoft Windows since 1985. It's the most common home and office software operating system. I have it on my computer. All of you except Nathan have it on the computer. It's really the most popular one. And today we will learn about the Windows Server operating system. And then we have Apple's macOS, which is running on Apple laptops and desktop. So they are the same manufacturer, but they create a bit different operating system for laptops and for smartphones. And then we have Linux, which is a computer operating system, which is like Unix built under the development and distribution model of free and open source software. So Android is also based on Unix, kind of Linux operating system. And the difference between Linux and all the others, that Linux is open source software, which means that you can, the other OSs, Mac and Windows, you cannot get the code of the operating system. They are stored somewhere and they're kept safe. So they don't want others to be able to read their code and to understand how exactly the operating system is behaving. For many reasons, they don't want other companies to steal their ideas, and they don't want hackers to be able to read the code and then understand how to hack the systems. But Linux is an open source software, so anyone can read the code of Linux, and they do it because they want it to be like community developed software. So a lot of people develop parts of Linux without getting paid for it. They do it because they like Linux and they are enthusiasts about it. And yeah, this is it. So then it's free and open source, but the code is, so you can say the code is less protected because it's open source and it's everybody can see it. But because it's open source, then also a lot of people are able to fix bugs. So if you think about Windows or Mac, then only the workers of the company can fix bugs in the operating system. But in Linux, because it's open source, anybody can suggest bugs and things that they think that we should fix. So it's open source, but it's also secured, given that it's open source and everybody can see the code. Any questions about it or something to add?
Yeah, did you say Windows was also open source, or is it only Linux?
No, only Linux. Only Linux is open source. Windows is also closed source, from the same reasons that Mac.
Oh, okay.
Something interesting is that Linux and Mac OS have a lot in common. So they are all built on the same basic principles. They build on top of it, they are built completely different, but some of the base ideas of the operating system are the same. Unix kernel is a bit similar between them. Anyone else? Cool. So today in this class we will talk more about Windows. We will first talk about the history of Windows, and we will compare Windows that you have on your computer and Windows Server that we will use today. And then we will get hands-on. We will do hands-on on Windows Server, and we will learn to operate it and to use its many features. So when we talk about Windows, we have to remember that everything started from this. This is MS-DOS. It's from 95. No, it's, yeah, this is not, it's not the original MS-DOS, but this is how MS-DOS looked like. This is it's a better example of how it looked like. So in the beginning of operating systems, there was no graphical interface. We are all used to having a graphical interface. We just click with the mouse on whatever we want, and then things happen. But in the past, you had to write down on the keyboard everything. Imagine they had to practice type skills so much in order to type fast, because otherwise they would not be able to do anything. So when so this is the beginning of the operating system. And what does it remind you? This screen Does it remind you anything that you know of?
The command prompt.
Yeah. So what we can learn from it is that the graphical interface that we have in the operating system is all built on top of the command prompt. So MS-DOS didn't disappear. They didn't change something to be different. It's the same same thing happened in the background. It's just that we added another layer of graphical interface and to make the user to make it accessible for more users, because back then only people who were really good with computers could use the computer, and now everybody can use. You can teach from kids to really adults to really old people. Everybody can use computers. So this is about MS-DOS. This is how Windows started. And then we can see the evolution of Windows OS. So from 85, it was the year of Windows 1, the first graphical interface. And then until 2021, when we have now Windows 11. And I have a nice video that I found that describes this evolution. Let's watch it.
Once every
Okay.
It all started on November 20th, 1985, when Microsoft.
Okay, before I show you, then my Kali loaded so I can show you. Malki, this is how Kali looks, and I write
Linus.
Kali username, Kali password, and press login. And it will look similar to the Ubuntu system that I showed you, I think, in the previous class, the virtual machine that I have. So yeah, this is the screen, and you can open up also a terminal here and command prompt, and then you can write like if config is an example of like ipconfig, you have ifconfig and Kali. So this is how Kali looks like. You have also file system, but we will get to know Linux really deeply in next classes.
Thank you.
You're welcome. So let's share the video. Second. So tell me if you are able to hear it good. If not, then you have
Mine
also,
is.
you know him?
Yeah, of course,
It all
Linus Tech
started
Tips.
on
Sorry?
Linus Tech Tips, he runs the channel.
Yeah. Okay. So tell me if you are not able to hear somehow.
It all started on November 20th, 1985, when Microsoft unleashed Windows 1.0 on the world. But did you know it wasn't even a real operating system? Instead of being a standalone OS, Windows 1.0 was a graphical shell that ran on top of MS-DOS to make it easier to use than a tedious command line. Even so, though, many reviewers didn't like it, as Windows 1.0 was quite demanding on the systems of the time, and it relied so much on a mouse. I mean, those are so uncommon. Where am I going to find one? Making it difficult to use. Windows 2.0 came on the scene in late 1987 and was quite a bit more polished. The windows themselves could actually overlap for the first time, and you could display a whopping 256 colors on your screen. Third-party application support was still spotty, but Word and Excel for Windows both made their debuts on Windows 2.0. The 2.1 variant, released the next year, was actually the first version of Windows to require a hard drive, as previous versions could run off of floppy disks. 1990's Windows 3.0 was a major change, and not just because Microsoft dropped $3 million on the launch event. Not only did it look a lot nicer, it also enabled a much more seamless multitasking experience and featured a GUI based around icons for the first time, making it far easier to use than previous versions. Windows 3.0 also brought us CD-ROM support and sound playback, and Microsoft even sold some simple games like Minesweeper for Windows 3.0, games that became extremely popular and got people thinking about the PC as a gaming platform. Windows 3.1 followed in 1992. Drag and drop icons as TrueType font and got people thinking about the PC as a gaming platform. Windows 3.1 followed in 1992 and introduced drag and drop icons as well as TrueType fonts, meaning that what you saw on your screen would end up being what you get when you printed a hard copy. The next year brought us Windows 3.2, which was just a Chinese version of 3.1, as well as Windows NT 3.1. But despite the similar name, NT represented a fundamental architectural change. Other versions of Windows were still running on top of DOS, but NT ran on an entirely separate kernel which allowed more advanced features. In fact, modern versions of Windows are part of that same NT lineage. But that doesn't mean that Microsoft was ready to ditch DOS-based Windows just yet. Although we did get NT 3.5 in 1994, 1995 brought us the blockbuster Windows 95. And although it still ran on top of DOS, it marked the point where Windows really came into its own as an operating system with familiar features like the Start menu and taskbar, and support for USB in later updates. The NT series also got an update in 1996 with Windows NT 4.0 using basically the same GUI as Windows 95. Windows 98, appropriately released in 1998, was a souped-up version of Windows 95 that was supposed to integrate better with the internet. But infamously, 98 was quite buggy. In fact, the bugs were so prevalent that it prompted Microsoft to release Windows 98 Second Edition in 1999, alongside another version of NT called Windows 2000, which was much more stable than 98. But also resulted in Microsoft getting egg on its face as it contained a boatload of security flaws, despite Redmond billing it as the most secure Windows ever. Microsoft wouldn't exactly right the ship in the year 2000, as we got an absolute turd of an operating system called Windows ME. I mean, it did introduce System Restore, which is admittedly a very useful feature, but the OS was extremely unstable.
System Restore is a way that you can, it's like a snapshot that you can do to a virtual machine, but you can like do a restore to a previous point in time to your own Windows. Like you don't need a virtual machine, you can do it to your own system. So it is good.
Leading people to say that ME stood for Mistake Edition. Following ME's failure, DOS-based Windows was axed permanently, and in 2001, we got the legendary Windows XP. XP brought Windows NT, as well as the NTFS file system, which supported large hard drives, to home users for the first time. XP also came in professional and 64-bit editions, as well as a stripped-down version for older systems. XP's stability, eye-pleasing GUI, and powerful performance made it an extremely popular OS, although users weren't thrilled with the anti-piracy scheme product activation, which made its first appearance in XP. Nevertheless, XP remained very popular all the way to 2009, thanks in part to the fact that the release of Windows Vista in 2007 was an unmitigated disaster. Vista attempted to modernize the Windows GUI with Aero Glass and patch security holes present in XP, but it also featured very onerous DRM schemes and had lots of hardware compatibility issues. Some people blamed this on just how different Vista was from its predecessor, while others pointed out that OEMs just didn't update their drivers in time and mismarketed low-end systems as technically being ready for Vista, even though the experience was not very good. In any event, Microsoft released Windows 7 in 2009, which was visually similar to Vista, but significantly more stable, especially since PC hardware had had some time to catch up to this revamped version of the OS. Windows 7 became so popular that it held its own against its successor operating system well into the late 2010s, and some editions of Windows 7 are actually still supported through 2023. Of course, part of the reason Windows 7 remained popular was because 2012's Windows 8 was a rather confusing piece of software. I mean, it wasn't a bad OS in terms of stability or features or performance. It's just that many users disliked it because Microsoft attempted to take an OS geared towards tablets, like their Surface lineup that they were pushing hard at the time, and then shoehorn it into a desktop environment with a new start screen instead of menu, live tiles, and Metro apps that just didn't have a lot of purpose for existing for keyboard and mouse users. The major criticism from mainstream users centered around the fact that Microsoft took away the Start button and Start menu completely, prompting the release of Windows 8.1 in 2013, which restored these features and added some new ones, like Miracast and support for 3D printers. 8.1 proved to be more popular than 8, but in 2015, Windows 10 made its grand entrance, which scrapped the Start screen, but has still proven to be usable on desktops and tablets alike. Unlike previous versions of Windows, Microsoft has said that Windows 10 will be updated continuously as a service, making it the last version of Windows ever, and therefore, the point at which today's story ends. But wait, you didn't talk about the server and embedded versions of Windows. You're right, we didn't. But the name of the channel isn't tech lengthy, although we're not against doing it in a future episode, so let us know in the comments if you're interested. And
Yeah, he tries to sell some stuff afterwards. So, but yeah, this is the history of Windows. And so as you can see, for me it seems like Windows do one good version, one bad version, one good version, one bad version. That's and still they have the highest market share, and all of us uses Windows. So it can show you something about mistakes and the quality of our products, and that we are okay with things that are not perfect. I really remember Windows XP when I was a kid. This was the OS version that we had, and somehow we managed to install something on the operating system that when it loads, it looked like pirate ships loading. So I really remember it, and Vista, that was terrible.
7 is the best ever.
7 for you? Yeah, I like the fact that they said that Windows 10 is the last one, and then they put Windows 11, so they don't stand for the word too much. I will not be surprised if there will be Windows 12 also. Yeah, they need to keep selling stuff. Yeah. Questions, anyone? Right. Okay. So, as I said, today we will talk about, this is the evolution of Windows OS, but the more of the personal Windows OS. The Windows Server evolution nobody really cares about it. You will not find so many videos about it because it's a more industrial version. It is used more in the industry and not for personal use. So let's talk. Today we will talk about the Windows Server. So we will do an overview, configuration of it, rules and features, and wrap up and do it yourself, and some tasks for you to do later. So as I said, Microsoft really remained very dominant in space, and Active Directory, which is part of Windows Server that we will learn about today, it has a huge market share for things that do for anything that is similar to Active Directory. So we are talking about Windows Server, but first, what is a server? How is it different from our computer? So a server is a computer, hardware or software that provides functionality for other programs or devices called clients. Servers provide services such as sharing data or resources among multiple clients. So for example, DNS server, DHCP server, file server, mail server, web server. We already said in the previous class, we already talked about servers a lot, but today we will learn how to set up a server on our own, which is really nice. So we learned about DNS and DHCP servers in previous class. Today we will create them. I already showed you how I set it up a small web server. So yeah, this is a server. And the difference, so any computer can be a server. You don't need a special computer in order to be a server. It's better for it to be strong, so clients could reach the data easily. But you will see now that the virtual machine can also be a server. We can create a server in the virtual machine. So we don't need, when I imagine servers, I imagine those big server farms where you have all these gray computers on top of each other with no screens. But your computer can also be a server. It's the same components. So what is a Windows server? It's basically a server that can host a lot of things. It's, yeah, a lot of bombs. DHCP and DNS, Active Directory, fax services, file sharing, web, DB, a lot of other things that can all happen in this operating system. So it's basically an operating system which is built specifically in order to be a server. You can, as I showed you in previous class, I was able to host a web page. If you remember when I did this DNS trick, in the host file, I was able to create a web server. So any computer can do almost everything, but Windows Server does it more easily. Like it's easier for the user to create a server using Windows Server. It's much more simpler, and you have many tools that are designed specifically for this case. So this is the difference between desktop Windows Server, the more popular one, and the Windows Server. This is the Windows Server Manager screen, but if you will minimize it, you will see that you get also a desktop, just as this one. But this software you don't get it when you install normal Windows. I think you can install all those softwares manually in your normal Windows, but this is I think another reason that the Windows Server is a different OS, that we want servers to be as efficient and fast as possible. So we don't need, I don't know, let's see, we don't need Skype in Windows Server probably, or we don't need games that comes with the regular Windows. So this is why they created a different operating system which is only for server. So here are some of the differences between the Windows Server and Windows 10, for example. Some of the main differences, yeah, it's designed for server or for personal computers. And Windows 10 is very user-friendly. It has a lot of intuitive features, and Windows Server already thinks if somebody uses Windows Server, then the person is already have good, like he knows his way in the server world, so he doesn't need to do it too much friendly. It can be less friendly, but more fast and scalable. And many other differences. A lot of them you can understand just from the basic idea. Yeah, security is something important that Windows Server puts a lot more focus on security, because it's usually a computer that you set up and then you would not use it all the time. Like you would set up all the services and then you would leave it. So it's nobody keeps an eye on it all the time. So it needs to be very secure. Yeah, let's take the the break a bit early today, before we dive into the Windows server itself. Let's do a 25 minutes break. I think 20 is too short. And I saw some of you wrote to me about the virtual machine. It's crucial for this. After the break, we're going to get hands-on on the virtual machine of Windows Server. So it's crucial for all of you to have it. So please try to make it work afterwards.
What if I have it just on VMware and not on?
It's okay. Yeah, it's okay.
Yeah, it's good. Okay, fine.
Yeah, you
Thanks.
just need to have it on one of them. But I want you to have I want you to have it later on
Yeah.
both, but just for the function of this class. Yeah,
Great, thank you.
you're welcome.
Yeah, I tried to install it, but it just didn't work. I know we were in touch a little bit.
Yeah, you can text me on Slack. I will try.
Okay.
Uh, Welcome back, everyone. Okay, so we continue. We talked about what is a server and the difference between Windows Server and just normal Windows. And now we talk about the Windows Server rules. So what do we have Windows Server for? If you're back from the break, if you can open cameras, it would be great. Thank you all. Okay, so the server rules of Windows Server. So one rule of it is DNS server. So we can use the Windows Server to create a system that, as we know with DNS, convert a computer's host name into an IP address on the internet, and also the other way around. So this is how we actually create DNS server. We can do it using Windows Server. We will do it shortly. You will practice it. It can also act as a DHCP server that controls IP addresses assignment. You see how all the networking classes, they will now become like hands-on practice. So all the things that we talked about when we learned about network protocols, we will now see them live. We will now learn how to actually create them and how to use them. So yeah, the knowledge becomes actual things that you do. Another thing is file sharing. The Windows Server can create a method to do file sharing in a network in a modular way. So you can make sure that only some people can get your files, or all people can get your files. Maybe you can put a password on the folder. So file sharing is also something that we can do using Windows Server. And one of the biggest rules that people use nowadays, Windows Server, is the Active Directory. Anyone heard about Active Directory before? Raise your hand. Cool. So it's basically a service that manages the domain and its user groups, objects, and policies as well. So I think an office is a good example of where you will use Active Directory. So imagine you have a big office and you want to, everyone has a computer with Windows on it, and you want to make sure that only some people can see some files. Let's say you have maybe the salaries of everyone. You don't want everybody to be able to see the salaries. So this file will be reachable only to a specific group, maybe to the HR group or to the CFO, I think. So this is where Active Directory come to this is where the part of Active Directory come. You can manage the whole domain, the whole, let's say, company. You can manage all the users and the groups and decides who can do what. Let's say some of the softwares in Windows can be blocked for some of the users, and etc., etc. So this is Active Directory. It's a way to centralize the management of the domain. So you can, from one computer, you can decide, you can put rules on other people's computers. So I can change something in the server and it will immediately affect somebody else's computer. So I can manage the whole network. It's a very, very powerful tool. And people that do IT in companies, they handle Active Directory tasks all the time. It's very common. So it's a big, maybe it's the first tool that you will learn now in this course, that actually people actually use it a lot in in the industry. People use Wireshark as well, but Active Directory is more like somebody can be in charge of doing the Active Directory in a company. So first we'll talk about the DNS server rule. We have a way to we can create an organization. It doesn't have to be, we can create entries, we can create host names. Let's say we are one organization, and I have a server that hosts 5, and I want all of the students to be able to reach this server. So I can create a DNS record that translates between some files and this IP, and this can be the IP of the file sharing server. Or let's say we're a company and we have a printer, so I don't want you to remember the IP of the printer. Maybe it will change over time, so I can just create a DNS entry, a record of first floor printer, and then you can print to this host without knowing its IP. Or if I want to see some data in the inventory, I can also do this one. And so usually the DNS server that we will have in Windows Server, it will be for internal use. So if I have a domain and I want to make it easier for the users to navigate in the domain. So this is why I will create those records. And if the DNS server receives a request that it cannot translate, let's say slack.com, it's not in the domain, it's outside, then this query will be forwarded outside of the domain to external DNS server that will give us back the response. Any questions about it? So another rule is the DHCP server rule. You remember that the task of DHCP is to give IP addresses to all the users. So if I connect to a network, I get an IP using the DHCP protocol. So there is a server who leases IP addresses to all the users in the network. So when I set up a DHCP server in my Windows server, I will create a set pool of IPs. So I can say my IPs is from 10.0.0.1 until 10.0.0.50. Maybe this will be my pool of IPs. I can do reserved IPs. So let's say I want one computer to always I want one MAC address to always receive the same IP. Every time that this computer will ask for an IP, I will give it the same IP. So reserved IP is leasing. DNS server can also be inside the DHCP server. I will set up a default gateway. Whitelist is another nice feature that you can do in DHCP server. You can make a rule that only specific MAC addresses are able to get IPs. So I can write down all the MAC addresses of all the hosts in my network and make sure that only those hosts can get an IP. It can really improve the security of my network, because not like somebody needs to fake the MAC address in order to get in, and they can do it, but it will make the process slower. It will make it more complicated. And static IPs. So I showed you a bit before about setting up a static IP. So I will explain here the difference between static and dynamic IP. So dynamic IP address is where you have DHCP server and you get an IP from the DHCP server, and then you contact the web server with the IP that you got. And static IP is where you contact the server immediately. You don't have DHCP server. You can just statically create an IP on your computer. And we will see later how to actually do it. You will have a task to do it, and I will show you how. But this is the two different ways of how to get an IP. You can get it dynamically from the server, or you can get a static IP address. Today everything is clear, no questions. I see. You're all quiet.
Static is you're making it, you're configuring it yourself.
Yeah.
Got it.
Yeah, the DHCP cannot. If I want the DHCP to give me an IP that will not change, it will be reserved IP. So, like the DHCP server can give me the same IP all the time if I'm reserved. But if I want to have the same IP, I need to set up a static IP. Or if there is no DHCP server. But yeah.
Got it. Thank you.
Anyone else? Cool. If you don't get it, then soon you will practice how to actually create those. So it will help.
Yeah, I'm reading it right here. It's saying that static IP addresses are like manually given to you, and dynamic IP addresses are automatically assigned.
So yeah, they are not manually given, but manually you are setting them up manually. Yeah. You will soon. If you remember, I showed you last class after the test. I showed you this screen in Windows where you can set up your IP. You can do it by yourself. So this is how you set up a static IP address, and you will soon do it for the Windows server.
Yeah, it makes sense. Thanks.
No problem. So this was the DNS and the DHCP server rule, and we also have the file sharing rule. As I said, you can share a folder or a whole drive. You can assign permissions, so I can make it read-only, write, or deny. I can also do it for specific users, although it will be probably easier to do it with Active Directory to change the permissions. Yeah, but it's a way to make files available to everyone in the domain. So if I'm in the same subnet, I can reach this file, but I can also we can also forward this IP outside of my network, and then this server will be reachable outside of the network. Okay, now we're going to do some hands-on training of what we talked about until now. I think the best way to do it is that you will I sent you the PDF to Slack, so you can just open the PDF and go step by step. No, I will go a few more slides and then you will do it yourself, but I think this is how we'll do it. So first of all, make sure to take a snapshot of your virtual machine, of your Windows Server virtual machine. Don't continue without doing a snapshot, because otherwise you would need to, if you mess something up, you would need to install again when we don't want to do it. I will just go broadly of what we're going to do now. You're going to do some basic configuration to the server. You have, congratulations, you won a server, you have a server on your computer, and we're going to set it up now. We're going to do some configuration. So we're going to create the computer name and do a reboot. We're going to change the adapter, assign a static IP, add some rules, then we promote create DHCP server, DNS server, file services will be next class, and in the end reboot. So you have, like, in the slides there is a nice explanation about all the steps that you need to do. So please create a snapshot and then make sure to follow each step. Don't, if something is not clear, then you can ask here or maybe in the ask channel. And we will go until let's go first until here. So before, don't configure the DHCP server. I want everyone to do the basic configuration, and we meet in this window, okay? Good, thanks, Malki.
Ali, I took a snapshot. It's middle of the saving, but what are we doing? What should I do exactly? Just follow that?
Follow, using the PDF that I sent, follow the instructions until you reach this page, and then I will do now a vote in the general channel, and then vote when you finish.
Okay.
Where did you send the PDFs again? In which
Slack on the slides.
Oh, slides.
Slides. Yeah.
Is there a way to get back to the that like server screen? I already exited out and I'm at the like the regular home screen, the Windows server.
Yeah, just search in the Windows search for server manager.
Why doesn't it allow me to do characters for my domain name change?
What do you mean?
I wrote Malky Bachner and it says that I could only use like not numbers, like specific signs like exclamation points and number signs, etc.
Yeah, you cannot do space, I think.
Oh,
You
thanks.
can use other, write your full name, but you should you don't need to write your name, I think.
Whatever.
Yeah.
We should be doing everything it says there. Like we should put the computer name as Summit DC.
Yeah,
Specifically
so
what it's
that's what I said. Write Malky, also don't write your name as a
Oh.
computer name, but write somebody see.
Good fine.
So once we finish that, we press OK and reboot, so then we join Zoom again, and then vote that we're done.
No, and then you do a reboot, and then you continue all the slides until you reach this slide that's too easy, and then
Okay.
How do I get to the server manager again? I'm on my regular screen.
in the search of Windows you can find it. You can open the start menu.
Oh, got it. Thanks.
Restarting the virtual machine, you don't have to rejoin Zoom. You should still be connected.
Oh yeah, that's a good point. You don't need to restart your computer,
don't-
just restart the virtual machine.
Only the guests, don't restart
Yeah,
the
yeah,
actual
yeah.
host.
Yeah, you're right.
I need to restart my computer.
Not your computer, just the virtual machine.
The virtual system, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm on Oracle VirtualBox, so I don't really have the same options you have with the edit. So I'm basically supposed to create another network, and basically I'm like on the network settings over here, and it's like giving me a bunch of options like internal network, host only adapter, host only network.
Yeah, so you're supposed to create another network, just like in virtual in VMware. Wait a
So
second, I will tell you
make
how to do
another
it.
NAT network.
Yeah, 1 second.
Recording it.
I restarted the computer and I got back to virtual machine and it still says restart to see changes. Does
Yeah,
that mean
yeah. So that's why Menachem told them it's correct that you don't need to restart your computer, but only restart the virtual machine.
okay.
Uh, So Nathan, you go in VirtualBox, anyone that uses VirtualBox, you click File, and then Tools, and then Network Manager, and then you can create a network, same as you do in VMware.
So you open up the VirtualBox, click on Tools, Network, and then
Oh,
create another network.
File, Tools, Network Manager, and then create a network as you did, as you have the instructions for
Gotcha.
for
Thank
VMware. I will come back in 1 minute.
Could you tell me what to do again with the virtual box? Because I'm having a hard time doing it.
Click File, and then Tools, and then Network Manager, and then Create New. You have like Create. So create a new one. It will create one. Then you can click Properties and change the machine. You can change its name and its IP. I mean, okay.
Okay, thank you. I'm supposed to change the name.
No, the name of the virtual of the network, it doesn't matter. It just you need to make it host only and to remember the subnet, because later on you will need to use this subnet when you configure the IP address. So you just create a virtual network, which you know what is the subnet of this network.
I feel like I did something wrong because I don't see an option to change it to host a virtual network.
It's already host only once you create it. So the only step you need to do is you create and then properties and change the IP addresses, the DHCP server and the adapter to be the same subnet that you see in the picture, the 192.168.26. Okay. This is the only thing you need to. You just set up a subnet, and then you need to make sure that your virtual machine is using this subnet.
In slide 26, where it says like inside the VM WinK something, how do I get to that square where it says like run on top?
So Win key plus R. Win key is the key next to Alt key, and then R, and then it will be with.
That's a WinK. Oh, okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Well, it says lower bound and upper bound for the IP address, and I'm just putting in 129.168.260, the one that shows on the picture for both of them. So I could like, is that the correct?
I would put the whole subnet from 0.0 to 0.200 for 0.2, no, from point 1 to 0.254. From 0.2, sorry, from 0.2. 0.2 to 254. This is the pool. Yeah, low bound 0.2 and upper
54.
Yeah.
Thanks.
This is the pool of addresses that you want to give.
Thank you.
There's no option for me to put a subnet. It just says to put an IP address.
Where?
I'm by general options. I'm changing the IP address, and there's no like a line to put a subnet in. It just has
But
IPv4
why do
prefix.
you use general option? Why to use
That's
general?
what happens when I hit properties.
No, but you only need to create on slide 25 when you create a network. This is the only steps that you need to do differently in VirtualBox. The next step, you do it inside the virtual machine. You understand what I'm saying? You can also just it's better to create a virtual network so you will have the same subnet as in the slides. Anyone?
Yeah, I have a question. By the last thing where it says on your thing, it says like by post deployment configuration, you're supposed to press complete DHC configuration. I don't have that. I only have feature installation part.
Are you sure that you marked DHCP server, DNS server, and file server?
Mm-hmm.
Should appear.
That's it.
Can you go over again the previous step of add rules and make sure that you have all three of them selected?
Which one? You said DHCP, DNS, and
File server.
yeah, it's all there.
It's okay. We can manually. The next slides do it also manually, so it's okay. I think.
But we're supposed to put in the subnet mask. We should put in the one that we saved like 2 slides before.
Yeah.
I'm saying the one that we're supposed to remember. That's the subnet mask we're supposed to put in.
No, do exactly as you see in the pictures.
I should put the one you put in.
Yeah, everything should be exactly as in the pictures.
Okay.
And for everyone that's already finished, you can go ahead and continue to do next steps. And just when everybody finishes, I will go over what we did, but you can continue. So you will not wait.
The IP I used wasn't the same one as yours.
So yeah, no, do exactly as it is in the slideshow. Everything is the
I should
IP.
redo everything?
Yeah, do it as it is.
But when you say remember this IP, like Dory.
Yeah.
When I do
cannot see you so
it says remember this. When it says remember this IP, mine is different than yours. I should do mine or should do yours?
You need to do what is written on the slideshow.
So, even though mine is different?
What do you mean what yours is different? It's inside the virtual machine. You don't have anything. You don't need you do it everything you do inside the virtual machine. You don't do it in your computer.
I know, but I did it in the virtual machine and it was a different IP than yours.
What do you mean picture?
Could I screen share?
Just send me let's talk about it in Slack, okay? Send me a message in Slack.
I had the same thing. Could you
Yeah,
let me
that's what
know?
that's what I asked too before.
1 second. So on which slide was the question? Which slide?
Um,
The virtual
On the s-
network
on the, se-
editor.
on the
Remember
second
the
now it's your turn.
26.
26. You just select VMnet 2. You don't need to put anything on.
Wait, but
Sorry,
my
26. Yeah, you need to use to create a manual IP, to create a static IP manually. So you just put in the numbers as it is on the slideshow. You
but I remember the subnet.
you had another one? You had
Yeah.
not 26,
Yeah.
but another one?
Yeah.
Okay. So use the
That's
one you
fine?
have.
Oh,
Okay,
okay,
yeah.
great.
Use
So
the
what do
one
we
you have.
use?
The one that you have in the subnet. So
Oh.
I had like 26, so you have another one.
Wait,
You
but
have 20.
I already did the one you did. So should I change it?
Yeah, you should do it according to your subnet.
Oh, okay.
Okay? Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, it can be tricky. Good point.
No, so I did according to mine, and then I got to the verify in CMD and it didn't come up.
So go over your steps again. Make sure.
You have to put it in over there.
But with a 5 at the end, like you did? Because it says with a 5.
I did everything like it said.
So go over it because probably you missed one step maybe. Make sure that you put your virtual machine in this subnet.
Are we supposed to add anything to the domain name and DNS server names or the WINS server name page?
Just the ones that like it's written like my lab scope, my summit zone. Just do as it's written in the slides.
though I'm still stuck on the virtual network editor part. So I went on Google and it said for VirtualBox, go to network, and I could do it through there. But I see for your one you made, the virtual machine network too.
1 second. Say again, Nathan. It's okay on VirtualBox. You don't even need you can also use the host only networks that you already have. Just look at the settings of the DHCP server, and then you know which subnet to put on. So for me, the default one is 0.56, and then you just use 0.56 and still instead of 0.26. Understand what I'm saying?
Yeah, you instead of using case I want instead of using 26, use 56.
Depending on your network, what is written on your host only network. You go to tools, network manager, see what is the prefix, go to DHCP server and see what is the prefix. Look at the server address. Is it 0.56 or point what? And then just use this subnet. Okay. Understand what I'm saying?
So you basically said to go to your network for your DHCP and see if it's and which one is compatible to assign it to. My bad.
No. I will show you 1 second on my screen what you need to do. Okay. Okay, Ezra, you can look also. Ezra?
Yeah, I'm gonna look. I'm
Okay.
just turning on my camera.
So you do file, tools, network manager, and then go here. You have a host only Ethernet adapter. So use this one. Just go to DHCP server and disable it. And then in adapter, you need, this is your subnet, okay? When you said remember your subnet, this is your subnet. And then just do apply. And then after you do apply, you go to your virtual machine, go to settings, and in network, you need to put the host only adapter. Do okay, and this is it. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
That the only step I really got was the last step. My bad. I don't have the whole thing over there, file machine network. Oh wait, no, I do. My bad.
You have. Oh, you must have. Okay, then DHCP server, disable it. Remember this subnet, and then edit here. Okay,
Got you. Thanks.
no problem.
Delete. Yeah. So why am I?
It won't let me press the server rules.
Why am I? Hello? Yeah, for some reason I was I'm hearing echoes. I keep hearing myself. Okay, whatever. No. I went in, I did everything, I went back again, did everything again, and it's all the same. At the end of everything or the beginning? Yeah, I went back again. I made sure I did everything. I still IP config/renew. Okay, let me try 1 second. /renew. Okay.
Anyone that want to ask any question, it's better, I think, to just send me a Slack message. I saw some baby Bella, you wanted to ask something?
Yeah, I just sent it to you.
You should click next.
What should I do?
Click next.
Oh, click next. Oh, got it. Okay, thank
problem.
you. Oh, I didn't understand what that next was. Oh, I didn't realize I
Yeah,
had to click
next,
it.
like the next button. Yeah.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Okay, no problem.
Where am I stopping?
Where are you stopping? Why continuing?
Meaning, if I'm up to the part where it says, "Hey, yes, hey, yes, you can," whatever. I should stop there, or I should. It looks like it slides though after that.
Yeah. At the end, don't pass Active Directory. Go over there, and if you manage to go until Active Directory, just send me a message. I don't want you to wait, but I just want to explain before. But if anyone reaches Active Directory, it's slide 42, then let me know and we'll see what you do. Okay?
Okay. Yes, thank you.
You know, everybody, even if you reach Active Directory, you can also do I don't mind you go even start do the assignments if you're first. That's okay. I don't want to block you. It's just that I will start explaining about Active Directory only when people will finish the previous tasks. So, but if you are first, then so go ahead and also go until the assignments and start doing the assignments. I don't mind. It's just I will explain the slideshow in a bit. Okay, everyone that texted me.
Hi. I can't see where you are. I can't find you for some reason. See. Here, I'm at Internet Protocol version. It says properties. I put in IP address 192.168.26, then 5. I have no idea. I don't really know how to navigate this. Okay. Yeah, I see it. Oh, okay.
Ezra, are you muted?
Tools, network manager. The server address is 192.168. Yeah, I did. I unticked enable server. Adapter. 192.168.561. Look at yours. Yeah, I did that. Right, so now I'm putting in the IP address. So I put 192.168. But I put 56 in the IP address or by subnet mask. Okay, and so what do I put by subnet mask? 255.255.255.0. And by default gateway and then preferred DNS server. What do I do there? Okay. Okay. Thank you so much for helping me out. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
To verify if the network is switched, we use the CMD in the Windows server in the virtual machine.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Everything now is not connected to your own computer. Everything is in the virtual machine.
Are we supposed to wait until you get up until we go to the next slide, the configuring the DHCP server?
No, so continue. If you finish, continue until Active Directory, and then you can, if you finished Active Directory, you can start doing the assignments.
All right.
Okay.
What assignments?
After the recap, you have assignments. You have 7 assignments to do.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Guys, I just want to explain what do we do in the basic configuration. So we created, first steps that we do is that we created a domain name. As we said, a domain is, we want to create something that is controlling the network. So we create domain name. This is the first step that we do. Even if you didn't finish, or if you finished, please tune in. Second. Okay, and why doesn't it show? Oh, okay. So first we create the computer name of the domain, and this is domain, and then we just created the network as we learned in the previous lesson. This is the network. Like we wanted to create to create the IPs, to declare what is the IPs that we are going to use. And the important step here is that we disable the DHCP server, and then we are able to create our own DHCP server. So the virtual machine has its own default DHCP service, and we want to turn it off in order for us to be able to create DHCP server and for it to serve IPs. So in this step, we put our machine in this virtual networks that created, and we disable the DHCP server. And yeah, here we put this network in our virtual machine. And here we put on a static IP for our server. We need to create static IP because we don't have a DHCP server yet. So this is why we need to create a static IP for our machine. And later on, when we will create a DHCP server, then we will be able to communicate with it. So we create static IP for it. And then we need to verify it. And we see that when then the host name has changed and that the IP has changed in the subnet. And those are the two steps that we did. And then the add rules and features, this is how we set up, we add more features to the server. So we wanted to add DHCP, DNS, and the file server options. Yeah, this is the step, and yeah, I will go soon over the next ones. If anyone has finished the assignments, I don't think it should happen, but let me know if you finished the assignments. Guys, slides 42 until 50 are just things you need to read. You don't need to do those steps. They are just stuff you need to read. They're just explanatory.
Right now configuring the DNS server, and when I go to the DNS manager and try to make a new zone, it's not letting me. It's like refresh and help is showing up. I can as an option, but new zone is like grayed out. I can't even click on it.
Which slide?
For the DNS server configuration, I'm on the DNS manager and I'm trying to click on new zone, but it's like completely grayed out.
Are you sure you clicked on forward lookup zone and right click on this one?
Forward lookup zone, add new zone. The domain system allows DNS to add new zone or action menu, click new zone.
So on forward lookup zone, you need to right click on new zone and then right click on forward lookup zone.
It's telling me I gotta restart the Windows. Let me try to see if that works.
Okay.
I didn't really understand the first assignment.
1 second, I'll explain, okay? 1 second.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Bella,
Yeah.
what's the question?
I didn't really understand the first assignment. If you don't mind.
After if like the one in the on slide 54.
Yeah, exactly. What do we have to do in the first one?
You need to follow slides 51, 52, and
We have to see the slides first to understand it.
Oh,
yeah, yeah,
Oh God.
yeah.
Oh God. Okay. Thank you.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I see it now. Thanks.
So I will explain again. I will explain the next slides because I see a lot of your proceedings. So even if you are still behind, please watch, or if you already proceed, I want you to understand what you are doing. So even if you already passed those steps, please follow to make sure that, because it's okay that you manage to do what is written, but I want you to understand what actually you are doing. So everyone, even if you're already in the assignments, please take a look. So configuring the DHCP server, we have a few things that we want to state. The name, the scope name is just for us, doesn't mean anything. This is the pool of addresses that we want to give, and exclusions of addresses that we don't want to give. Anyone have idea why would you put exclusions in a DHCP server? Why wouldn't we want the server to give out those addresses?
You want to use them for yourself?
Yeah, we want to put them on static. We already saw that we gave .5 to our to the server itself. So we don't want the DHCP server to start giving those addresses to anyone, because then we will lose the static IP. It will be given to somebody else, and it will create a big confusion. So this is why we use the exclusion. The least 8 hours. It's just the normal one and the default gateway. Yeah, we use this. So then we just do on the software what we already decided. So we decided on those IPs, and this is what we do in the software. We also put it in the description for us to know it. Then the start IP, end IP. We put the exclusions, the time.
Why are the exclusions up to 6? Like it could just be as much as you want, or who decides like how much?
So we don't want it to exclude everything, because then it will not be a DHCP server.
Right.
We want other clients later on. We will use other clients. We will connect them to the network, and we want them to receive an IP on their own. We don't want them to set static IP. So this is why we only put some IPs in the excluded range.
Does it have to be 6, or it could be like 5, 6, 7? I'm saying, is it?
It can also be higher, but it's a minimum of 6, because we have other things we want to connect to this network. So it could also be 12, 20, 100, but we don't want to just to exclude IPs that we don't need to exclude.
Right. Okay, thank you.
It's a good question. So this is the list time, and then this is the IP address for the router, so it's the default gateway. And here we say what is the IP address of the DNS, and we activate it. So we are saying that I am the DNS server, so this computer is the DNS server. And then we configure the DNS server. There is a mistake here that it's not 129, it's 26, but it's just an example of we do endless lookup to our host. This is the IP. We will get an IP, and then we can also do it the other way around. So this is something important to know about DNS, the concept of DNS. That we have a forward lookup zone, which is a way to do name to IP, meaning host to IP. And for this, we have A or 4 times A record. Who knows what is the difference between A record and A record? Any guesses? Why would we have only one job? We do endless lookup to a host and then we get an IP, but why would we have 2 different type of records?
On IPv6?
Yes, perfect. Great guess. A is for IPv4 and 4 times A is for IPv6. And this is why we have those 2 records. And as you saw in the previous classes, when we do NS lookup, you can see in Wireshark that we saw requests for IPv4 and requests for IPv6. There are 2 separated requests that we send. And then we have the PTR record, which is the reverse request, reverse lookup zone. So we can do NS lookup for an IP, and then to understand what is the name of the host. And you can also do it to things outside of this server. Like if you do NS lookup to Google and then do NS lookup to the IP of Google, you will get Google host.
Yeah, I don't know why, but when I type in the command line into the Windows command line, NS lookup smart DC, it tells me localhost can't find smart-DC.
Yeah, I have the same problem.
You already set up the DNS server?
The DNS server.
Yeah, on those next steps now, we're going to create a DNS server.
Oh, with the new zone, right?
Yeah, my summon zone. Did you already do it?
I tried doing it, but it wasn't really lined up with the instructions. I wasn't getting, when I was making it, it didn't show the type was Active Directory integrated. It just said something completely different.
What do you mean?
When I made it, so like I made the new zone with my smart zone, it didn't show, like at the end when you go down into the next slide, it shows that the zone that you made, the type is Active Directory integrated, but mine showed as something completely different.
Where do you see Active Directory? I don't understand.
So look at the right after the arrow, like the last arrow for forward lookup zone, the last little picture thing over there, it shows my smart zone, and then right next to it, the type says Active Directory integrated. Mine said something different, so I'm trying to redo it.
I think, yeah, I don't know. I think it should be, if you click new zone, it's okay if the type is, if it's in forward lookup zone, it's okay if the type, what is the type that is written to you?
Like right now, I'm trying to make a new zone again, and it's like asking me, should I make a primary zone, secondary zone, a stub zone? Like, is it supposed to show me that?
No, it should be just, you should fill out just the zone. It should fill out just the zone name. You don't need to change anything else.
Because I'm clicking new zone, yeah. Like it worked after I restarted my Microsoft VM. It said, welcome to the new zone wizard. And now it says the wizard, like, to continue, click
Let's talk about it privately, Nathan, okay? Send me on Slack if you have an issue. I will continue explaining, and you can send me on it in Slack and I will help you, okay? And Menachem, I'm trying to see if maybe that because you are in the same, like you're asking yourself, then maybe it doesn't bring you back an answer. Second. Like maybe you need to do it from the Windows 7 machine. No, but you know what? To me it responds. When I do it from the same machine, I do an lookup, it brings me back the IP. So it should work. Anyway,
I did the Tomet DC Tomet local, like the full address thing, and it comes back server localhost to 127.0.0.1. It doesn't give me the my actual IP.
To me it gives the 192.168.20.65.
So I'm getting it one way, but not the other. I'm getting
You
it
don't get the
reverse when I put
reverse?
in. I put in the NS lookup for the IP address, but when I do the forward with the actual name, then I'm
They're both work for me. So maybe look at the forward lookup zone that you created. Maybe I will show it in my screen. 1 second. Also for Nathan, I will show you all. So DNS, and then forward lookup zone, new zone, do next, and only the name. So you don't need to change anything besides the name. And then to me, it shows also, yeah, it shows standard primary. It's okay, Nathan, if it shows you like this one. And then we also create the reverse lookup zone also with your new zone. And the only thing we changed is the network ID. And also we do the new reverse pointer. So we created here a pointer also. So make sure it looks like this to you. This is, to me, it managed to translate it both ways. So what we are actually doing is we first create a forward lookup zone, which means we create a rule, we create rules that we translate this IP, like we translate this IP to this host name. Second. So And the pointer is the way for us to add a new DNS translation, like translation. This is how we add another translation. So here we first created a lookup zone, like a forward lookup zone, and then we created a reverse lookup zone on this IP address, and then we created a reverse pointer record for this IP address and this host. And yeah, so let's really take a break, and then I will explain about the Active Directory for all of you. So let's take 15 minutes break. I don't mind you continuing if you want, but you can take 15 minutes.
Dori,
Yeah.
Dori, where should we
I cannot hear you, Sheftel. You're jumping. Your connection is not stable.
where should we be up to? Where should we be
Sorry?
up to?
What do you mean?
Where should we be up to before we take the break? Where should we be holding right now in the slides?
You don't. It's okay. Wherever you are, you can take. Let's take a 15 minutes break. Don't keep working even if you didn't reach a certain point. Okay.
Okay.
So I'll see you guys soon.
Were we supposed to move on to Active Directory in the classwork or no?
Yeah,
Okay.
if you manage to continue, yeah, you can continue to the assignments, yeah.
So
But
can I ask a question?
yeah,
How do I get onto that folder that says Active Directory users and computers?
which folder?
The first slide in Active Directory, slide number 47 by the classwork. How do
So
I get
you
on?
don't.
Where is that?
Yeah, as I said before, those slides from 42 to 50, the slides are just explanatory. There are not things you need to do. I will straight after the break, I will go over those and I will explain about Active Directory, and then you can all keep working. Okay?
Okay, bye. Yeah, thanks.
You're welcome. Okay, guys, let's continue. Okay. Again, I want to just to remind you what I started the class with. The verb להתפסטן, which is it's okay if things don't work and you think you did everything right, but it still don't work. This is part of it. We do mistakes all the time in learning cyber, and it's okay if things are sometimes not working as you expect them to work. But breathe deeply and don't try to fight the computer. Just look at the slides. I did with the slides, and my virtual machine works. So if you just calmly watch the slides one by one, it will be okay. And it's okay if sometimes things are confusing, and it can take time to feel comfortable with those subjects. But you're all doing great, and you're all progressing, and this is what's important. So let's talk now about Active Directory. So Active Directory, as we said, its primary function is to authenticate and authorize users and computers in a Windows domain. So it's a way to manage a domain, to manage which users are allowed in this domain and which are not, what are they allowed to do and not do, what services I give them, what services can they use, and so a few examples for it you can see here on the side. So one example of thing I can do with Active Directory, you can see somebody try to open CMD and it's reading the command prompt has been disabled by administrator. So people that in my network, I can disable the CMD. Like I don't want them to be able to run specific softwares. I can disable them. This is one thing I can disable, but I can also create. I can create settings that every user will automatically get a Teams account and an Outlook account. You have a question, Sarah, or just?
Oh no.
Cool. So I can give everybody this account. I can also, we talked about VPN. So I can also, using Active Directory, I can set up a VPN for everyone in the network. So as we said, VPN is a software that you need to install in order to create encrypted connection with the internet. And if I am an administrator of a network, I don't want to count, I don't want to try to give the, I don't want to let other users in the network decide if they create a VPN or not, if they configure it correctly or not. So as an administrator with Active Directory, I can decide that everyone that is in the network, VPN will get installed to the network, and they will to the computer, and the VPN will start when they open up the computer. The VPN will start. So as an administrator that controls Active Directory, I can really control all my network, and I can put a lot of rules. So this is the user management that can work with third-party services and policies, as I said, allow or deny certain functionalities for specific users. I can block CMD, I can block everything, I can unblock everything. I'm really in control of the computer without being physically connected to it. It just needs to be inside my domain. If I'm the administrator, I can control everything in the domain. Yeah, it can go for everything. I can also, like in the company I worked, the Active Directory created something that made me, like I had to create a very complex password for my computer because somebody created this Active Directory rule. So a lot of anything you can imagine, you can create with rules of Active Directory. Let's talk a bit about the concepts of Active Directory. So we have the DC, which is the domain controller. This is the server that runs the Active Directory domain service rule. This is the one who is in charge of the domain. All the rules that I said before, the DC controls them. When you will enable or already enabled Active Directory in your virtual machine, you did it as a DC. The DC is the one that controls all the domain. You can set up all the rules. We have the domain, which is the local structure of containers and objects within Active Directory. So everything that is inside the network is inside the domain that is connected to the domain is inside it, like a computer or printer or user. Domain contains all of them together. We also have domain tree, which is if I have more than one domain, I have the domains connected to a tree. And then I have a forest, which is a collection of domain trees. I will later, the next slide will explain it a bit better. And an object is any attribute that represents a resource is an object in Active Directory. Groups or users or computers or printers, everything is an object. We will later see it in the next slides. So first about the structure. So we have a domain, and inside the domain we have OU. We will learn about it. It's an organizational unit. And this unit contains users, systems, printers, each one in a domain, and the domain are connected to a tree. You can have multiple different domains connected to one tree. And those three are in the same forest. It means they also can communicate with each other and can also control one another. So we have, each domain has a DC, domain controller, but we also have someone that controls the forest or someone that controls the trees. We have hierarchy in the way who controls what. Any questions about it? Do you understand the idea of it?
So basically, Active Directory is like the administrator for the whole network, like the local network.
Yeah, but it's not only for the network. It's true that it is the administrator. The one that controls the DC is the administrator, but it controls more than the network. It controls anything
actual
that you
device.
No, it controls the actual thing you can or cannot do in your computer. The Active Directory can control. As I showed before, it can put up a rule that will disallow you from running CMD, for example.
All right.
Or running a specific application. Or it can create a rule that every time you open up your computer, a specific application will pop up. So Active Directory is much stronger than controlling who can you communicate with. It controls everything that you can or cannot do in your computer.
That actually reminds me a lot of like in computer class when someone's not doing, like when a bunch of guys are just fooling around, the teacher could just like shut down everyone's computer, put it on pause, like that sort of stuff.
Yeah. So in school and in companies, all their computers are connected to an Active Directory, and yeah, you can shut down somebody's computer if you're administrator of an Active Directory. You can basically do everything to a computer.
Right, yeah, that makes sense. Thanks.
Nice memory. Any other questions, anyone, about the structure of this? Okay, so let's talk a bit about the objects that we have in Active Directory. I will show first this picture. I think it demonstrates best, and then we can go back to the previous slide. So this is the Active Directory window. We have here the domain. This is the domain name, Somat Local. we have here a lot of organizational units, which is like folders. So we have a folder of students from US, Israel, Australia, China. We have users, computers, etc. So in this OU, in the organizational unit of computers, we have computer objects. This is where we list all the computers that we have in the network. And if we will go to users, it will list all the users in the network. We will go to students from Israel, it will list all the users from Israel, etc. So this is how the object window looks like. And when we go back, so this is the objects that we have. We have organizational unit. It's basically a folder. It's a container object for different objects. User accounts, contacts, computers, groups. We have users, which we can tell them you can access these resources, you can run certain programs specifically to a user. So if my username is Dori, no matter which computer I will use in the network, I will be able to access only the resources that my user is allowed to run. So if, for example, Active Directory blocked my access to CMD, no matter which computer I will use, if I will log in with my user, I will not be able to run the command prompt, the CMD. So this is user. It's rules specifically to a user, not to a computer. We need to make it's two different things: the computer and the user that is logged in. Maybe one of you on your computers, you have many users, maybe for other people in your family. So this is user. Then computers, we can say from this computer, when it loads up, no matter which user is using it, it should load up 1, 2, 3. Then we have groups. We can like put a group that maybe get like more things that they are able to run or to use. We can give them higher, like, yeah, can give them more things that they are allowed to do. Or groups that we tell them this group is not allowed to run almost anything, or this. So we can group users together. And other objects are shared folder and shared printer. It creates an object if you have shared printer or shared folder, because it's easier to find them like this within the domain. So if I'm sharing a printer, it will also appear as an object, even though it's not a user, it's not a computer, it's not a group, it's a device, but it's not a computer. So it will show up still. Shared printer and shared folder also will show up as an object. So we come again back to this window. As I said, organizational units, the objects of the computer, and this is the whole, this is one domain. So if we look at this, one domain contains all of those objects inside of it. I will give another example of group objects. So these objects are for group. So I can create group objects. So I say guests, for example. So guests have specific things that they are allowed to do or not allowed to do. Administrators, account operators. So imagine I'm a big organization. I can put a group for my operators, account operators. I can put a group for administrators, for guests. I can make sure that everyone, it's easier to give, to decide who can do what by just placing them in a group. Instead of creating rules again and again for each user, I just create one group, a security group, that, and then depends on which group you are associated to. This is what you are allowed and not allowed to do. The other type of groups is the like super users, so administrator, domain admins, enterprise admins. Those, even if like the DC, the server DC is set by one user, I can make another user administrator as well, and then this user can change the rules and add other rules. So I can make somebody else also give them access to those settings.
How would I get to
And
this folder?
so this one is in users. You mean how do I get to this window?
Yeah, to this Active Directory users. Yeah.
The same windows that you found DHCP and DNS, the administrative tools, you will have it there. And something important about groups is that you can be associated to multiple groups. So everyone is a domain user, but not everyone is an enterprise admin. Not everyone is an administrator. So administrator will be part probably of enterprise admin, domain admins, and domain users. So you can be part of multiple groups. And this is a user object. So this is like you can see that from the Israel OU, I found those two users. If you will look it up in your computer, you will not see this entire students, you will not see it. It's just we created those. So those are specific users. Yeah, this is the basic idea of Active Directory. I think it's a concept that can take some time to catch. So let's speak about it if somebody feels that it's not so clear. What do we have? Why do we have Active Directory? For what reason? What is the details? Sheftel, Chaya, Bella, Ezra, Yosef, Malki, Benny, Shira, Sarah, Nathan. It's clear for you, everyone?
Right now,
Yeah.
right now
Not
you're
fully.
explaining to us like what we could do, right?
Sorry, let's go one by one. Nathan?
What exactly are you explaining to us? You're just showing us where we can access all the, you could say, how you say it.
I wanted to show you the Active Directory, but I want more than that. I want to see that you understand what's the idea behind it. What is the concept of Active Directory?
Yeah.
Like, Sheftel, you did the icon of not understanding this octopus? And Bella?
Yeah. That was like a thumbs down.
So ask me what do you want me to explain a bit more, or what is not so clear to you?
I don't see what it does really. Like it seems to just have a lot of information about what's going on, but I don't know. I feel like I'm missing the main point.
So the main point is, imagine you have a company, and no, you are a principal of a school, okay? And you want the students to not be able to open Google Chrome because they don't need to use it, but they don't want to open Internet Explorer. It comes installed with the OS, but you don't want them to be able to browse the internet. You just want them to be able to watch, like to look at the File Explorer. So you would put all the computers of your class you would connect them to the Active Directory, and then you will put all the students in a group of students, and you will put a rule that says anyone that is in a group of students is not allowed to open this application, for example. This is one step. Another step is you would want...
This is also on the regular computer or virtual?
No, regular. As I said,
Regular.
The virtual computer is a regular computer. The only thing that is virtual is that it's running inside your computer. Everything that we do in the virtual machine, it's not virtual, it's real. It just happens in a virtual machine. But the machine itself doesn't know that it's virtual. It acts completely as a regular machine. I don't hear you.
Okay, I was just confused because we were doing everything in virtual and we're talking about this, and this is also not in virtual. I was just everything we just did, we all did in virtual.
Yeah,
we could have done that all in regular.
You did it in a virtual machine. The machine is virtual, which means that it's not straight away connected to your hardware. You remember when I showed you the slide about the operating system, we saw that operating system is connected to the hardware straight. But the virtual machine is an application which mimics a connection to the hardware. So, but the machine itself has no idea that it's virtual. The Windows server cannot tell that it's a virtual machine. Windows Server operates as a like it was installed on a physical computer. The only thing virtual is how you as a user see it. But it's everything you do, you would do it the same if you would install this Windows Server on a physical computer. As a rule, remember always when you act with virtual machines, it's the same. It's just a machine. The virtual it's because it's inside. It's a machine inside a machine. This is why it's virtual. But everything that happens there is real. It's not virtual. Okay, you understand this concept?
So it seems like the Active Directory is like a firewall for certain people in your thing that you set up.
It acts much more than a firewall. Is a network thing. Is rules that we create for network. We can communicate with these IPs. We cannot communicate with this port. This is firewall. But Active Directory is much wide. Like the effect is wider than firewall. You can say we cannot use these applications, and this application will pop up every time I open my computer, and a user will be associated to this and this. And I wanted to explain more about the example of a school. So as a school, a lot of time you have a shared folder, like you have a folder that everyone can access everywhere and can take files from there. So this is also something that is happening in the Active Directory level. We can create a shared folder, as we said, that it's not sitting in anyone's of the students' devices, but they can all access it. So this is also something that is being done by the Active Directory. So it manages a lot of things, Active Directory. It's more than a firewall. Firewall is only for network. Okay? Bella, did I answer your question or?
Yeah, it did help me. Thank you. What's up OU again?
OU is organizational unit. It's just it's a folder that inside of it you put objects. This is basically what it is. So you have an OU of users in which you will have all the users, but you can also put an OU of Israel, and then you can put all the users inside. It's something that will help you organize. So later on, you can say, okay, everything inside this OU, I create this and this rule for this OU. It's only for organization, for organizing.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Anyone?
Yeah.
OU is like a folder for objects.
What do you mean?
It's like a folder for objects.
Yeah. And contain an object for different objects. Store and organize user accounts, contacts, computers, and groups. It's basically a folder, but yeah, it's still an object. Everything in Active Directory is an object, so it's an object for organizing other objects. If we didn't have this OU, then everything will be in one big mess. It will be very hard to define between group security group objects, then users, then computers, then printers, etc.
But what's the difference between that and a folder?
It's a different a folder is something that you have in File Explorer, and you have store data inside, like data that is being stored in the storage. And it's the same idea of folder, but it's not a folder. You cannot see this folder in File Explorer, but it's the same idea.
Right, got it. Thanks.
Sarah, you had a question?
Yeah. I'm just trying to get to that folder. I'm in administrative tools. I don't see Active Directory users and computers there.
You
How
have
would I get to it?
to make the domain first, you have to be part of the domain in order to see that.
Yeah, you probably
Okay.
didn't read it. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions about Active Directory, or I will let you keep walking?
It's not a question,
So,
it's a comment.
yeah.
My office uses Active Directory, so everything's like divided between like what you are allowed, like which files you're allowed to put things into and whatnot.
Yeah, so like which files, for example?
So for instance, I'm in the bookkeeping department, so I have access to all those things. But if I need to put certain things in the IT department, I have to do it a certain route, because if not, the computer won't allow me to.
Yeah, perfect real life example of imagine there was no Active Directory and somebody from the bookkeeping could edit the files of the IT. It would be a huge mess. So this is what Active Directory is for. Or somebody from IT would mess up with bookkeeping. It's also bad.
Yeah,
Both ways.
it's true.
Yeah, thanks, Monkey. Okay, guys, so those slides were just, I wanted to discuss the idea of it. And this is how to configure it. It's really similar to how you configure the DNS and DHCP. And put this password and this forest and this NetBIOS domain. This is the configuration. So those two slides are part of the assignment. Okay, those two slides, they explain how to do the number one assignment. And this is a recap. So if something is not clear about those topics, we'll talk about them soon in class, a bit later. And until then, keep working, and yeah, I'm here if you need anything.
Yeah, I'm not getting the option for promote this server to a domain controller.
Press
Can
the
you send
refresh
a
button.
message? Hmm?
What happened?
Can you send on the Ask channel? Or Menachem, if you can answer him now, it's good also.
Press the refresh button. See if it might pop up.
Alright. Yeah, yeah, thanks. It worked. Appreciate that.
It's group power. Anyone that is already doing the assignments, I uploaded those tasks to the Google Classroom. So as a homework, so please upload everything you do. Most of them are screenshots that you managed to do those. So yeah.
installing the Windows 7 is directly on the virtual machine or on my computer first?
If you will install it in your computer, you will delete everything you have. So
Wait, so how do I get it? How do I get the link to my virtual machine?
the link to your virtual machine? What do you mean? You
Yeah, the
install it
link
as you
to
install the Windows server.
as in I'm making a whole new server?
No, not a whole new server, but you create a new machine. Inside your computer, you can create hundreds of different computers, hundreds of
Right.
different machines.
Got it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question.
Did I do something wrong if it says a delegation for the DNS server cannot be created because the parent zone cannot be found? Or is that
No,
normal?
no, it's okay. It's
Alright.
the default behavior. Yeah, you don't change anything except from the things you need to change. I think
Gotcha.
as well you need this also.
How do I do number 2 with the assignments where it says create user student 77?
Can you ask again?
Yeah, but the assignments number 2 where it says create user student 77 under new OU name. So I'm in the folder, I'm by users. What do I do now?
Create user. I believe in you that you will figure it out.
Okay.
If you don't, then you can ask Matt. I'm sure you can.
Is student 77 their name or the username, the login name?
It's the same, both. If you put it as a name, it would probably do it the same.
Does that make sense that when I'm adding a user, I need a password?
No. Basically, to right click and create like new. If you Google how to add new user to.
Yeah, I did that. And then I'm doing newer than user.
You're
new
adding a
group.
new user.
Right, so when I do that and I put in a name and everything, when I click next, it tells me to put in a password.
By default, it requires a certain complexity of passwords. So
you need
either
a
put one
password
in.
for the user itself. Yeah, of course.
Do I make one up for the
Yeah,
user?
but you can put the same one, the Cyber 2023. Yeah,
And also
but
the OU, where it says to do under a new OU named students. This is like it.
Yeah. Just a new OU. This was the question?
Yeah. And what's the difference between the first part of the question and the second?
You need to create a user inside an OU. So create first an OU and inside of it, create a user.
Mm. do number 3. How do you do number 3?
Sorry? What's the question?
Are you supposed to find the Windows 7 ISO, or did you link
Yeah,
one?
no, there is a link. If you click on it, it's a hyperlink. Do you see?
Ah, there, I see.
If you guys have strong PC, then you can add more RAM, memory, and CPU cores to your virtual machine, and then it will work faster. So the CPU and RAM that I told you, the RAM I told you to put, it's just the minimum that it requires. But if you see that you have more RAM, then you can just add more by going to the settings of the virtual machine, and then you can put more memory or more CPU if you want. You will probably need to restart your virtual machine for it to work.
Is it okay if it says pre-Active Directory, or is it supposed to say Active Directory running?
Where, in which step?
I already my virtual machine restarted. It rebooted itself when I did all the steps for the Active Directory, and then now it's saying Windows Server pre-Active Directory running. Is it supposed to say that or Active Directory running?
Well, I don't know where do you see the pre-active directory? You
It's
can send me a screenshot if you want.
yeah, sure.
That's probably okay.
When I'm downloading the Windows 7, I do it on my virtual machine or on my regular?
Download it on your regular host machine and you install it as a different virtual machine.
Yeah, I was muted. I said what do you think? But yeah, if you will download it and then you want to install it as another virtual machine. So if you will download it inside the virtual machine, you would need to then copy it to your host machine.
Mhm.
So download it in the host machine, and so you will be able to create this as a virtual machine.
That's question 7, nested virtualization. You put that for number 7.
Yeah. What do you what? It's a bonus. But number 7 is a bonus, just so you know.
The Microsoft 7 isn't downloading because my filter doesn't allow it. Is that like?
It's safe.
I know. Once again.
Yeah.
But no, this time it's like the installed filter. It's not the Microsoft. And it's not allowing me to, get access for it. Any other way to do it? Like,
You can connect to a VPN, so then it will not know that you're down. Or install Tor browser. It connects you to the dark web, and then or disable the filter. Maybe it's there already. A few times you had issues with the filter. No, maybe you need to try to find a way to manually enable, like allow stuff in your filter, if it's possible. I don't know.
it says, let me try to do it again. Right. It says it has server connectivity issues, but I'm saying I have full Wi-Fi now.
I think it's the filter.
It came through as the filter.
What? Say again?
It says, here. Server cannot be reached. Unfortunately, we are having server connectivity issues. Please try again in a few minutes. I'm saying I tried for the past, 20 minutes.
Which link did you choose? The mirror one?
Mirror one direct new.
And then you need to choose other thing, right? You choose mirror one direct, and then.
And this is what comes up.
For me, it was able to download. It's your Google Chrome that gives you this. After you have like primary download, right? That after you choose download, you have primary download link. Like from which mirror to choose, like Germany, Poland. Maybe try other mirrors, alternative download mirrors. You see, below. So when you click, you go to androidfilehost.com, right? Once you click mirror one direct.
Yeah.
And then it opens up another web page.
No, it goes straight to the filter. That's what I'm saying.
Okay. So if you can download uTorrent and then use the magnet, like the option in the mirror 2 is magnet, and then it opens up on uTorrent.
You want to repeat? I didn't get it.
You can download another software that is called uTorrent. Okay. You can Google this software, and once you install this software, you would be able to click on option 2 on mirror 2 and install it using uTorrent. uTorrent is like a download manager.
How do you spell it?
uTorrent.
Oh yeah, I see it.
Yeah.
Doesn't let. Same thing.
Does it let you?
Try QBitTorrent. The letter Q, bit, B-I-T, torrent. It's a better program anyway.
Doesn't work. They all come back to the same page.
Yeah, seems like you have a filter issue.
Mm.
Um,
Mm. Sent you a picture of what it looks like.
okay. Yeah, if everything has this server can be reached. Yeah. How did you solve the Kali server block, or you didn't? No.
Working on it all week.
If you need my help to tell people that it's safe, then I don't mind helping out with this. But yeah, I don't know how it works.
No, I don't know. I got like half of it to work. I don't know, and then it didn't work. So whatever. A lot of going on there.
Yeah,
I guess I
probably.
try to
You think
accomplish
you
my
think the
filter.
filter is in your internet or on your computer? Probably it's in your internet.
It's
So if you
installed
don't
on my computer as an application.
install, so I install it. So I'm joking. I don't know. Yeah, talk with the filter guys.
Yeah, I guess so.
Sorry.
Thanks for your help.
Yeah, of course. You guys, we have a few more minutes until the end of the class. Please keep working on the assignment as homework, and don't forget to upload. It's written a bit different in Google Classroom, and then you can see which I want you to upload screenshot of. And before we finish the class, I have a few things. So I want to do a recap here about the things we talked about. Are you all here? I don't see your cameras, so I hope you are here. In this class, we talked about Windows Server and difference with the desktop version. We talked about why do we need different OSs for both. We talked about the Windows history. And then we talked about what is a server and the rules of server, creating DNS, server, DHCP, file sharing, and Active Directory with all its information, the architecture, forest, domain tree, and the objects. If some of those topics are still not clear to you, you can ask me now or go back to the slide and look again at the definition of each one of them. And this is about this class. You all are doing really great job, guys. Really. I'm in the army now most of the week, and I talked with some friends of mine that were in the team with me. And I told them that I just taught you last week about virtualization, and you all needed to install virtual machines. And all of them were saying like, wow, they needed to install virtual machines. They managed. It was such a mess for us when we wanted to learn virtual machines. So what I'm saying is that this topic can be frustrating for everyone, even for people in 8200, like in the intelligence unit in the IDF. For us, when we learned virtualization in the beginning, it was also something that is sometimes hard to grasp, and you are feeling like a bit lost. So feel good with yourself that you all managed and you all have virtual machines that are working, and now you're working inside your virtual machine. So you are in a really good place. Your pace is great. So this is it, and it's okay that sometimes it's confusing and you're מתפסטנים, so it's okay. About next class, I think the best way to learn something is to teach something. So from now on, every class, I would like someone else, one or maybe two of you, to give us a small lecture about one of the sysinternals tools. So if you remember, in the first class, I asked you to download these tools. If you don't have it, if you already deleted it, then you can find it in the first slideshow. I would like, for the next class and for the classes afterwards, I would like one or two of you to be ready with a really small, maybe you can make a slideshow of a few notes about, I want you to explain to the class what this tool does. So I want you to take one of the tools and read about it and look in the internet and try to use it, and then talk it, like explain to the class. You can make a small slideshow, or you can do it only by speak. But so I want you to take a few, I want you to have something to explain about it. So don't just say, this is process monitor and it monitors processes, but no, show more about what the program does, maybe some cool stuff that you found out on it. Do you understand what I'm asking? Yes, no? Yeah, no?
Yeah.
I don't see it.
things yet,
Sorry.
but yeah.
What you don't see?
Like when I open the how am I supposed to open it that it's the same thing as yours? You have like a whole I just have like icons.
So I will show you. 1 second. Share the file explorer. Second. Okay, so this is the folder that I told you to download in this on the first class, and you have many tools here. So I know I will give you I will tell you which tool I want you to talk about. And then you would need to open this specific tool and explain about it to the class for a few minutes, for 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, something like this. So this is for next class. So who wants to volunteer to be the first ones to do it?
I went to I downloaded it a while ago. I just went to now. It sends me.
Wow, I really don't hear your internet is not stable. So I think one is enough for next class. I will show you an example. Like for next class, I want somebody to explain about procmon. Which is 1 second. Yeah, this is the sysinternal tool, and it monitors the processes. And what I want you to do, one of you, is to go over those tabs and see what they do. It's a little bit of research that you need to do. Maybe you can also Google process monitor, how do you use it, what is inside, like examples of using process monitor, and then read about it for a while and look at it and explain to the class a little bit what you found about this tool. So who is brave
I
enough?
can't even find my. I got all of them, but I can't even find them now.
I don't hear anything you say. But I think you were saying, I don't mind doing it, but I don't find the files. This is what you're saying? Yes, no? Can you write in the chat? Yes, okay, great, Shefter. Great job. So I will send the link to the files again. Thank you, Shefter. Wait, where was it? Was in the first slide. Mm. Oh yeah, I found it. I will send you. I send the link in resources. So Sheftel, for next week, like 10 minutes explanation about process money, about proc money. Okay, guys. So great job this class. Don't forget to post in the Google Classroom screenshots for everything you did. And if anyone didn't install Kali Linux for some reason, please do it before next class. Don't wait until next class because we may use it already in next class. I'll write down. I'll rewrite this one also. So have a good week, and I'll see you soon.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye,
Thank you
guys.
so much.
Great job today. Bye.
Yeah.